Are you ready to take your web development game to the next level? Imagine creating a website that is not only sleek and modern, but also packed with smooth animations and an interactive design that keeps users engaged. Hey everyone, welcome back to my channel. Today we are building something exciting, a fully responsive and animated IT solution web app using REACTJS and GSAP. If you are aiming to build a cutting edge, visually striking, and highly dynamic website like this, you are in the right place. This app has some of the most amazing sections, including a hero section with engaging animations, a service portfolio, client testimonials, blog sections, and a clean filter design. It is fully packed with smooth transitions, hover effects, and responsive layout, making it perfect for showcasing IT services or any tech based business. From responsive layouts to eye catching interactions, you will learn how to transform your ideas into a web experience like never before. Without further ado, let's take a look at the demo of the web app we are about to build. And hey, before we start, make sure to give this video a like, subscribe to the channel, and hit that bell icon so you don't miss out on more awesome tutorials like this one. Let's get started. Here is the demo of the project we are about to build. Let's start the demo by refreshing the page. As you can see, while things are loading, there are smooth animations on this page. As you can see, everything comes out with cool transition effects. So we're going to be achieving this animation using GSAP. So let's scroll and see the other sections in the project. As you can see, when we scroll, everything comes out with smooth transition effect. And as you can see, this guy will not count to its right number until we scroll to the section, then it will start counting. Again, let's take a look at it. So I'm going to refresh. All right. Now let's begin to scroll. Let's scroll. So as you can see, it is 0. But when we scroll to, when it comes into view, it begins to count. So we're going to be learning how to do all of this. So let's scroll next to the about section. Look at the about section. Everything coming out with smooth transition effect. Wow, look at it. Look at everything comes out with smooth transition effect. This is cool, guys. So let's go to the next section, the services section. As you can see, look at it. Awesome. Awesome. Next, the portfolio section. Take a look at everything coming out with smooth transition effects. So we're going to be achieving this using GSAP. All right. So look at this. Look at the contact us section. Beautiful. And look at the blog section. Awesome. Wow. So we're going to be learning how to create all of these animations using GSAP. So if you have never written GSAP code before now, in this project, you are going to learn everything from scratch. You don't need to have any prior experience with GSAP before you can understand what we are going to be doing in this project. Also, this project is very, very responsive. It's very, very responsive. Okay, so before we will take a look at how responsive it is. Let's first of all interact with this. Let's see what will happen. So when we click on about, as you can see, it scroll to about section. When we click on services, it scroll to the services section for us. When we click on contact, it scroll to the contact section. Awesome, that is beautiful. And whenever the contact section is in view, it's the tab that will be highlighted, that will be activated, is the one that is in view. As you can see right now, contact us is in view and contact us is active. All right. So that is beautiful. Look at this. This is cool, guys. So let's now take a look at how responsive this project is. So let's go to inspect and look at it. It is very, very responsive. And right here, we can open the sidebar. We can close it. We can also click on this overlay here to close the sidebar. And that is beautiful, guys. Awesome. So let me refresh. Awesome. So you see everything comes out with smooth transition effect, and that is beautiful, guys. I'll be writing my code on VS Code. You can use any code editor of your choice, and I'll be previewing it on Firefox browser. This is a Firefox browser right here. And as you can see here, this is the starter code for this project. I'll be placing the link to the starter code on the description section of this video so that you can go ahead and make use of it. Now, before we clone the starter code, let's go ahead and create a new project. So let's click on this Explorer icon and let's go ahead and click on Open Folder. And right here, let's navigate to desktop. Here on desktop, let's click on new folder and let's call it data wave. And let's go ahead, hit on create and hit on open to open it as the root folder. As you can see, it is now open as the root folder. Now the next thing we need to do is to clone the starter code. The starter code contains all the images we are going to be using and the different data we're going to be using in the different sections that we're going to be creating. So go ahead. You can either download the starter code by clicking on download zip button you're seeing over here. Or if you have Git installed into your computer, you can go ahead and copy this repo link by clicking on this copy button right here. And go ahead, come to the VS Code and click on this button right here. This will open the terminal. So let me move this to this way. And right here, I have Git installed in my computer, so I'm not going to be downloading the code from GitHub. Instead, I will clone it using Git. So to clone it, I'll just write this command, git clone space, then I'll paste the link of the repo that I copied from GitHub and hit on enter. Beautiful. As you can see, it has been cloned successfully, and this is the clone folder. And as you can see, all the files are within the clone folder. Now, I don't want all these files to be within the clone folder. I want it to be within the data wave folder. I want data wave folder to be the direct parent of all the files. So what I will do is I'll click on the public folder and holding on shift, I'll click on the last file, which is this one, and I'm going to move it out. And as you can see, the notification is asking me that I want to move these other files and folders into the data wave folder. I will say yes, move, and this will move it into data wave. All right, it moves them there. And as you can see, the clone folder is now empty. Since it is empty, we're not using it for anything. Let's go ahead and delete it. Awesome. Now, let's take a look at what we have here. Now, the first thing we have is the public folder. This public folder, we just have the Vite logo within it. This React project is created using Vite. All right, Vite just helps. It makes working with React very easy, fast. It makes it fast, in the sense that when instead of it to take long to load, it will just take a shorter time to load. That is just the benefit of it. All right. So now we have the SRC folder. This is where we have business. This is where we're going to be doing most of the things we are going to do in this project. So within the SRC folder, we have the asset folder. This contains the images we are going to be making use of in the tutorial. It contains all the images. It contains also SVGs and the logos. All right. So, and it also contains this index.jss file. What we did here in the index.jss file is that we exported the images right here so that it can easily be imported in other in whatever we want to make use of it. All right. So let's close this. Now we have the app.jss file. So here we just have the app component, and within it we just return h1 with this text within. All right, we'll be coming back to this later on. Now next we have the data.js file. So this can be referred to as the data warehouse for this project because it contains data for the blog section, for the nav route. It contains everything. So let me just, we have the nav routes data here. We have white Jesus data here. So I have arranged this so that we can save time, because if we want to be doing this in this video from scratch, is going to take a lot of time. All right, so just go ahead and download or clone the starter code, and you're going to see all of this within the starter code. So we have all of the data arranged. I have already arranged them, and we can, so that we can make use of it without doing everything from scratch. All right, so this is the data for portfolio, contact info. Look at the data and the social handles. Look at the data. You can add more if you wish. All right. We also have the blog post. You can add more to this if you wish. Also, you can change it to wherever you want to change it to. And the reviews, you can also change it to wherever you want to change it to. And that is it. All right. We have the footer data here also. So this is basically what we have within the data.js file. So when we begin to work with these data, then we'll begin to explain them one after the other. Now the next one is the index.css file. Here we just have the CSS variables we're going to be making use of in this project. All right, so these are the variables we're going to be making use of. And then we have the main.js file. So this is where our application is being rendered. All right, we render it using React. All right, so first of all, if you take a look at this, you'll see that this is the index.html file, and within it we have a div having an ID root. All right, so what we did within here is that we selected the root by using document.getElement by ID, then we select the root and we render our app. All right, so you see we have imported the app component and we render it here. Also, we have imported the index.css, which means anything we write, any style we write within the index.css will be global to our application. And also anything we place within app.js will also be visible, all right, in our application. Awesome. So now what we need to do is we need to install the dependencies that this application needs. Right here, as you can see, these are the list of dependencies that this application is going to be used. Now, I also want to let you know that it is important to use this starter code that I'm using, this exact starter code. The reason is because if you are trying to build this in the future, there are possibilities that these dependencies right here has have upgraded their versions. All right, and if you are trying to use the newer version, then to build the same thing we are doing here, you might encounter some errors. So, what am I trying to say? When you use this particular starter code, you are going to be making use of the same version of dependencies that I made use of, right? So now let's go ahead and install the dependencies. First thing I need to do is let's clear the terminal by using clear command, right? I just write clear and click on enter and it clears. Now the next thing we need to do is let's say npm install. This will install all the dependencies for us. Beautiful. As you can see, it has been installed successfully. Now, next thing we need to do, we need to run the application. Okay, so to run the application, first of all, let's clear the terminal again by writing clear and click enter. Now, to run the application, we're going to use npm run dev command and hit on enter. As you can see, this has generated a link for us. So holding on command, or if you're on Windows, you can hold on control and then you click on this. It's going to open this link on our default browser. As you can see, it has opened the link here in our browser. But as you can see, the text there is, we're not seeing the text clearly because it's black. So we're going to fix this very soon. And guys, please, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, please do so right now. Help the channel grow by subscribing and also like the video and write your comment on the comment section. All right, so to have space, what I'm going to do is I'm going to click here to close the terminal so that we have space and see what we're doing. Though it's still running, look at it, it's still running. And anytime I make changes, it will refresh on the browser automatically. All right, for example, let's come over here and let's say style, for example, and let me just change the color. Let's see white. And as you can see, the changes has been done. You see, it's refreshed automatically, and this is cool. Let's see thanks here, and you see it's re-rendered automatically. Before we start creating components such as the navbar, the hero section, the about section, before we start creating all of this, let's first of all go to index.css file. We need to do something here, and that thing is writing the general styles that this particular project needs so that we can start using them when we start creating components. So before I will start writing the general style, first of all, let's go to the browser. We open a new tab and we visit fonts.google.com. So right here, we are going to be using, let's search for ether. All right, so look at it here. So let's click on this ether and let's click on get font. Right now, as you can see here, it has been added to the cart. Now let's go back again to the home page. Now let's search for another font called Roboto. Look at it here. So this one, let's click on get font and it has also been added. So these are the two fonts we have. We need. This is the first one, Roboto and Ether. Now let's go ahead and click on Get Embed Code. So look at it here. Let me expand this so that you see it very well. All right, so make sure this guy is on web because we want to make use of it on web, on a web project. So switch to at import. because we need this link in our CSS file. So let's go ahead and click on copy code. Let's come back to here, our index.css, and right before the variable declarations, let's paste it at the top here. And let's remove the style tag, since this is a CSS file and style tag cannot be used. Let's now write the general styles. So we're going to select every element in the document using asterisk, which is called universal selector. So right now, if I write within here padding 0, I'm saying that every element in the document should have a padding of 0 and also a margin of 0, box sizing of border box. Every element should also have a border of none, and also have an outline of none. Now let's select the HTML and the body. Let's give it a height of 100%, a minimum height of 100 VH, which stands for viewport height. So which means it's going to occupy the available browser height. Right, so the scroll bar width should be 10, and let's also uh, indicate the scroll behavior to be smooth, and the font family and the color of the text should be text color, and let's specify the background. Now let's go ahead and in fact, let's hide the scroll bar. Let's say display none, and let's tie the anchor tag. So the styles we're writing here right now is a style. There are styles that we're going to be reusing in the different sections of this uh, web app that we're creating. So when we create those styles here, we don't need to rewrite the code each time we want to create something that this can achieve. All right. So for every image, I'm going to give it a minimum height of 100% and object feet of cover so that it will not shrink, and also we display it to the block. Right. So just write exactly what you see here. So anytime we want to make an element to have a blur background, a blur background, we're going to be using this blur class. And also, anytime we want to create a button, we're going to be using this btn class to create the button. And that is cool. We don't need to be writing, each time we want to create a button, we don't need to be writing a fresh code. We will just make use of this btn class. Also, when the button, we have a button and primary class together, we're going to be applying these styles right here. Okay. So let's also write the hover. So on hover, we're translating the Y, we just say to pixel so that it will, something like it will do as if it's moving down. And that's beautiful, guys. Also, we are styling the container. So every section in this program, we're going to be wrapping it up with this container. Okay, so also the session header. For every session we're going to be creating, we're going to be using the session header class to create that. And within the session header, we're going to be having history, and also we're going to also be having another H2. So let's just write this code here so that whenever we're creating a session header, we will just go ahead, create it straight without writing a new CSS code. Awesome. So just follow what I do here and do exactly the same thing. So this line clamp, we're going to be using it to limit the number of lines that text will occupy. So if I say line clamp 2, uh, I'm going to make sure that the text, even if is going to be occupying more than 2 lines, it's going to stop in the second line, and the remaining text will be represented by 3 dots automatically with CSS. So when we're going to be using that, we are going to explain that. But let's keep on writing with general style. So let's this spotlight, it's just a blur background, blur gradient background that we're going to be using to just create some kind of spotlight effect, and we're going to be using it in the different sections. So it's just good here. We defined it, we create it here, since we're going to be using it in more than one place. So that we're not going to be repeating this code each time we want to use it. So this is cool. Awesome. Awesome. So now let's just make this responsive and let's add this code here. So majorly, we are going to just change the font size of the H3 indentation. So we are done with the general style. So take a look at it. Just make sure you write the same thing. Look at it. Uh, so let's remove this. You see, let's go to SRC folder and create a segment folder. So right here in the segment folder, let's create the navbar. And also within the navbar, let's create index.js and create the navbar component. And also let's create navbar.css within our navbar folder. And let's import the CSS into the navbar. Also, let's come to app and let's import the navbar. And let's clear all of this. Let's just wrap it with empty fragment and add the navbar. So look at it here. It has been added successfully. Let's change this div to nav. And let me give this an ID of navbar. Also, let's give it a class name. Uh, Okay, let's just leave the class name for now. Let's go ahead and the first thing I'm going to create inside this is the logo. All right, let's come to the XRC folder and let's create a new folder called components. So right here in this component, I'm going to create a folder. Let's call it data wave logo. Awesome. Now, let's go ahead and create an index.jsx file within the data wave logo folder. And let's create data wave logo component. And let's create another file called data wave logo.css. Sorry. Now let's import data wave here logo.css. And right here, we are going to add the logo. Now, right here in the assets folder, this is the logo we're going to be using. It's an SVG, but I configure it in such a way that it looks like a component. All right, so it's just an SVG. Let me import it here. Import logo. All right, we're importing it from the asset folder logo. Awesome. Let it be at the top here. So right here, I'm going to add this logo and I'm going to create H1, and within this H1 I'm going to just write data with. Awesome. And let's go ahead and give this a class name of logo, and let's come to the CSS file and let's write a short code here. So I'm going to select the logo and let's display it as flex. Also, let's align the items to the center. So align items center, and let's give it some gap of let's say 0.25 rem. Okay. Now let's select the SVGs that is the logo. Let's change the color. Same color. Let's say primary. Awesome. Now we are done creating this logo. Let's come back to the nav bar components and let's import the data wave logo right here. Awesome. Now that we have imported it, let's go ahead and add it here. Data wave logo. Awesome. And here is it. This is cool, guys. Now, the next thing we are going to be creating after the logo is we need to let's create a div. Let's call it a route container, route wrapper. So we're going to be outputting the routes within here. All right. So if you take a look at this file right here, this is data.js. So here we have the nav routes, and it contains the routes we're going to be using in our navbar. So it has number one, an ID, and also has a name. Now let's come back to the navbar and let's go ahead and import the nav routes. Awesome. So now that we have imported it, let's come over here. We are going to say nav routes, then we'll map through it. All right, so I'm going to just use route here, and let's specify the index. All right, so let's return this. So I'm going to be returning, let's import link. All right, we're going to import link from React Screw. All right, so React Screw is very good. It's a library that will help us to implement scrolling to a particular section of the page when it's being clicked. So when I use this link component to create the route and I give it an ID, whenever it's being clicked, it's going to scroll to any section that has that same ID that I give to my link. All right, let's implement it so that you understand it. So I'm going to say link here. All right, let's right within it, we're going to output, we have what we call routes.name. All right, so right here, we're going to give it a key and it will be the index. You know, this is a loop, and whenever you are putting something in loop, right, like this, React requires that you pass a key and pass a unique value. All right, so this index is always unique. When the loop starts running, the first cycle, the index will be 0, the second cycle, it will be 1, and continuously until it's done. It keeps on incrementing 1 to it. Now, the next thing is 2. All right, so this 2 value here, what this will do is that what we're going to pass to it is the ID. All right, so let's say route.id. Now, if you take a look at the ID we use here, so these are the IDs we're going to be using in the different sections of this project. So when I'm creating the hero section, I'm going to give it an ID of hero, so that when a user clicks on the home, it will scroll to the hero section. Also, the same thing goes to the about section. When I'm creating the about section, I'm going to give it an ID of about, so that when a user clicks on about, it will scroll to the about section. And this scrolling of a thing is made possible using React Scroll. Beautiful. Now, let's go ahead and give this guy a class name of route. Also, let's give it an active class. So whenever it is active, all right, when it is active, what makes it active is when a particular ID is on the view, right? For example, if the about section is on this view, it means about will be active. All right, so let's give it an active class, and let's say smooth. We're going to specify this so that it will, when scrolling, it will use smooth transition effect. And let's say spy, so that when changes occur, it will report the changes. So let's make it true. And also offset from the top, let's specify the offset to be -50. Awesome. Now let's go ahead and take a look at. We are just going to make sure that everything is in place before we now start styling this. So the next thing after putting this, let's go ahead. We're going to add the social handles. So let's come over to the component folder again. So right here in the component folder, I'm going to create a new folder. Let's call it socials. All right. Okay. So I'm going to create within the socials folder an index.gss file. And let's create the socials component within the index file that we just created. So let's call it socials. And let's go ahead within the socials folder. Let's create a socials.css file. And let's come to the index and import socials.css. Awesome. Now, let's come back to the navbar. Let's import the socials right here. Okay. And right after the route wrapper, let's add it right here. Socials. Awesome. This is cool, guys. So now let's come back to the socials. I'm just going to go ahead, close this data with logo. All right. So right here at socials, we're going to output the social handles right here. Let's go ahead and give this a class name of socials, and let's come up here and let's import social handles right from the data file. All right, if you take a look at the data file, look at it. After this nav routes, let's come over here, look at it here. Right here, you see that we have social handles and we have the name, the icon, and the link. All right, so we're going to be looping through the social handles right here. So let's open a curly brace and that's a social handles.map. All right, so we're going to be looping through this. So I'm going to see list here and let's see index. All right, and let's return this. Okay, so I'm going to provide the link by saying list dot link, and let's provide a target. So the target will be underscore blank so that it will open in a new tab when clicked. Also, let's give it a class name of icon. And right here within the anchor tag, let's output the icon. So we're going to say list dot icon right here. Awesome. Now let's come over here. We are going to give this a style. Now I will want this to have equal height and width. And to do this, I can do this with CSS, but I don't want to do it with CSS. I want to create a function that will be able to do that so that I can reuse it multiple times each time I want to do such a thing, creating a perfect shape. All right, so before we create the function, let's first of all give this a key and pass in the index to it. All right, so let me close this. Let's come to our SRC and we're going to create a new folder within SRC. So let's call it util. All right, that is utility folder. So I'm going to create an index.jss within this folder, and I'm going to create let's say export. We're going to be exporting it. So export const, and let's call it CSS perfect shape. All right. Now, when you want to make use of this, you have to supply the width and also supply the height. All right. And right here, we are going to be returning, let's return this. So what we're going to be returning is equal width and equal height, just a CSS code. So we're going to see that the minimum width will be the width, the minimum height will be the height. Now, let's see the maximum width, be the width, and also the maximum height will be the height. So this way, even when the page is shrinking, anytime we use this, is always going to maintain the height and the width we're going to be assigning to it. All right, so let's come over here. Let's copy this. All right, and let's come back to the socials, and let's import it. All right, so we import it from YouTube, and let's make use of it here. I'm going to destructure it. All right, since uh it's returning some CSS code, so I'm going to pass the width to be 40 and also the height to be 40. Awesome. Now the next thing we need to do now, let's I want to assign the primary color to this. I want to assign a primary background to this, but let's doing that means that I need to say background. All right. For example, I need to say background, and then I can now pass, for example, var, then the primary color. All right. That is cool. I'll pass in the primary, and we should be able to do the job. Let me refresh this. So okay, so this is stopping an error. Okay, so this is what we have. Now I don't want this color to have its full strength. I want it to have some opacity. To do that right now, since this, let's open our index.csv. You see, this is not an RGB, it's a hex code. All right, so we can actually create a JavaScript code that will convert this hex code to an RGB so that we can be able to set the opacity. All right, instead of duplicating this to create an RGB, we can just do it that way and it will work perfectly fine and cool. All right, so let's come over to our utility index file, and let's create another function. So let's say export const, and let's say convert, convert else to, let's say RGB A. So we're going to get the CSS property here, all right, and the opacity. So when passing, okay, let's just move on. We will understand this later. So let's say const, let's say start will be equal to get integer style, and let's pass in the document dot body. All right, so it will get all the computed style variables. So let's get the s. So the s will be style dot get property. So we pass in the css property. Then let's say let's red RGB right now. Let's create the RGB. So red will be pass int. So pass this substring, and we are going to say 1 3 comma, and let's pass 16 here. Okay, awesome. Now let's give the uh green. Okay, so I'm going to say 3 to 5 here, and let's cover this, and let's get the blue, and we should begin from 5 to 7, and pass 16 here. So if opacity is set, if it has a value, I'm going to return this. Let's, use backtick so that we can write JavaScript again. So let's say RGB. So we pass the red, the green, the blue, and also comma. Let's pass in the opacity. Okay, and that is cool. S, we are going to return this. Awesome. Okay, that is cool. Okay, that is awesome. Now let's go ahead and copy this. So let's come back to the socials, and instead of doing this way, I'm going to just paste this, and I'm going to pass in this, and let's say comma, and we're going to the next thing we're going to do is to pass the opacity level. Let's say 0.1, and let's come over here and import this. Awesome. So as you can see, the color is there, but it's very transparent. Let's say 0.5, and let's refresh. See it's coming up. So let's do 0.1 or 0.2, and that is cool. Awesome. So we have come to this place, and we have done this. So let's go ahead and style this. Let's open socials.css and let's style it. Let's go ahead and select socials, and let's display it to flex and align the items to center. Also, let's give it a gap of 20 pixels. Also, let's select the icon and give it a font size of 20 pixels and a color of primary. Also, let's give it a border width and transition so that it will transition smoothly. Also, let's go ahead and give it a hover effect. So let's change the color to color white, and let's take a look at it. This is it. Awesome. So we are done with these socials. So take a look at it, and let's come back to our Navbar. So now that we are done with the socials, now let's come down here and let's create a div. and let's give it some class. I'm going to give it a class of menu. Right here, we are going to use the menu icon. So we are using React icons in this project. So you can, to search for React icons, you can just go on your browser, just type in React icons, and this first link here, click on it. And right here, you can search for any icon you wish to search for. So there are many of them. So anyone, when you see the one you wish to make use of, you can just click on it and click here to import, to copy this import code, and you just come to your code and paste it like this. All right. So, however, this is not the icon I want to make use of. I already know the icon I want to make use of. So I'm just going to go ahead and import the icon there. So it's called CU right. Okay. So mind you, this React icons has already been installed into our code. So it's one of the dependencies that have been installed. Look at it here, React icons. It's already installed. So now I'm going to make use of this icon of the menu. So let me just place it right here. Awesome. That is cool. So what we need to do right now is this. Let's write some CSS code for this number. So let's come to, let me close this, and let's come over here. Let's select ID, Navbar, display to flex, just align the items to stretch, justify the content to space between, and give it a gap of 30 pixel padding. Also, let's go ahead and also position it to absolute top and left zero. Overflow, we're going to make it hidden. Awesome. Now let's select the route wrapper, display to flex, align the item stretch, also give it gap. And let's select the route. So we'll give it the font size of 18 pixel and font weight of 500. And text transform, let's capitalize it so that the first letter in each word will be capital letter. So display to flex, align the items to center and justify the content to center. And let's add a hover effect to the route. Change the color to primary divisor. Now let's select the socials. Okay, let's just add an active class to this. So when it is active, we make the color to be primary, and let's select the icon and the socials. So let's just style this, and let's add a hover effect to the icon. Next, let's select the. Let's just take a look at this. Let's select the menu. Let's increase. Let's making it display none so that mobile it will not display. We're going to show it on desktop only. Okay. And border padding, also border radius of 10 pixel. And let's uh, add a hover effect to it, color primary. And now let's go ahead and add responsiveness to this. As you can see, it's looking cool, but you need to be responsive. So at max width of 940 pixel, we're going to display the socials to none. And this is it. Let's also say that at max width of 800 pixel, let's also display the route wrapper to none. And let's go ahead and select the menu and display to flex. So let's replace this and let's experiment. Okay. So this is it. So what happens when a user clicks here. So we need to implement that. So to do that, we are going to come back to the components and component folder. Let's create a new folder within the component folder. So let's call it sidebar, and let's go ahead and create index.jsx file within the sidebar. And let's create the sidebar component within this index.jsx file. Now, also within the sidebar folder, let's create a new file called sidebar.css, and let's import the CSS into our sidebar component. So let's say sidebar.css, import sidebar.css. Awesome. Now, let's come back to our navbar. Right here in our navbar, let's go ahead and import the sidebar. Okay, so now that we have imported the sidebar, uh, to close the sidebar, I'm going to wrap up everything with this empty tag. All right, so let's just copy this and let's move it into this empty tag. And right here on the top here, I'm going to add a sidebar. Okay, that is awesome, super cool. So I'm going to copy this and let's go back to the sidebar. So here in the sidebar, I'm going to create top, and I'm also going to create dot middle. I can call it anything I wish. Okay, so I'm going to paste what I just copied. So let's import nav route here, and also let's go ahead and import length from the scroll. Awesome. Now here at the top, I'm going to create the cancel button here. So I'm going to see here, I'm going to use F3 times icon. So this is an icon from the React icon F3 times. So look at it here, it's imported. That's cool. So now let's give this class name. I'm going to call it close.atm, and we are going to go ahead and add the style here. So I also want this to have some perfect shape. So I'm going to use the CSS perfect shape. All right. So we imported already from utility. So CSS perfect shape, and we need to specify the side we want. So width is 40 and height is also 40. Right. So that is cool. Now the next thing I'm going to do is let's come over here, and I'm going to write open here, open property, and also I'm going to create one close. All right, so let's add click here. So on click on this guy, and I'm going to close. Awesome. Now let's come over here and let's see uh, sidebar, and right here let's see open, and let's add active. Okay, awesome. This is cool. All right, so what we need to do next is this. Let's go ahead and write some code for this, some style for this. So let's select sidebar, and let's give it a width of 350 pixels. Also, let's give it a height of 100%. and minimum height of 100 ph, which stand for viewport height. Also position fixed and left minus 400 pixel, and let's give it a Z index that is higher than the Navbar itself, which is 100. Navbar has a Z index of 90, and this one is having a Z index of 100, which means it's going to be on top of the Navbar. All right. So let's keep on going. Now let's say sidebar active. So when it is active, we'll make the link to the zero so that it will slide in into the view. Awesome. So the close button display to flex, align the item to center, and justify the content to center. So let's give it a cursor pointer, and let's go ahead and select the route. Right. So the route is almost the same way it's almost the same way we style it in the navbar. Right. So let's make sure this is looking cool, and let's give it a cursor family data and cursor pointer. Also, let's select the let's just give it some hover effects. Now let's make sure that when a user clicks on this, the sidebar will slide in, and when the user clicks again, it will slide out. So to achieve that, we just need to uh, pass value to this open, and switch the value from true to false and from false to true, and that we should be able to make it work. So let's come back to this navbar here, and we have open. So we need to pass value to it. We also have close, which we need to pass value to. So let's go ahead and create a state. Let's call it open and set open. And let's use state imported from React. So as you can see, use state here is imported from React. So we are going to pass an initial value of false. Now I'm going to pass the open here, and on close. So on close, I'm going to set open to not open. So which means if open is true here, it will be averted to false, and that will cause the sidebar to hide. All right, so I'm gonna copy this, and let's come to this menu here, and let's see on click. When we paste this, so if it is false, it will be true, and if it is true, it will be false. So let's click here and see what happens. You see, it comes up. All right, when I click here, it disappears. You see, it slides back, slides in. That is awesome, guys. That is cool. So now let's go ahead and add an overlay to this. So we're going to add an overlay. We're going to say that if open, if it is true, then we can then add an overlay. So I'm going to create a div. It's going to be this way. So I'm going to give it the class name of sidebar dash overlay, and also on click of this overlay, I would like to also add this so that it can also advance. It can also switch open states from true to false and from false to true, but we always want it to switch from true to false so that the sidebar will be closed when the overlay is clicked. So let's come over here and style this overlay. So the sidebar overlay, we need to style it. All right, so I'm going to start by saying the position should be fixed, and I'm going to say the top should be 0, and also the left should be 0. And let's go ahead and give it a width of 100%, and also the height of 100%. Now let's go ahead and give it a minimum height of 100 bh, and let's give it a background of RGB here. Let's say 1 1 1. Yeah, let's go ahead and 0.5. Okay, so let's say Z index, let's say 95. Yeah, all right. So let's see what happens. You see there's an overlay here, and when I click on that overlay, the sidebar goes black, right? But when I click on the sidebar, it will still be it is. So this is it. Awesome. So this is cool. Take a look at the styles for the Navbar. So yeah, so we are currently almost done with the sidebar, with the navbar, I need to say. We're done with the sidebar. So there are some things that needs to be done on this navbar, but we're not going to do them now. Let's go ahead with other components. We'll now come back later to complete this navbar. All right, let's move. The next section or segment we're going to be creating is the hero section. So let's come to the segment folder and let's create a new folder called hero. Now within this hero folder, let's create index.js file, and let's go ahead and create the component called hero, and let's create hero.css file. Now let's import hero.css. All right, so I'm going to change this to section. All right, and let's give it an ID of hero. Now I'm going to create a container within this, the hero section, and let's create 2 columns within this container. Now, before I continue, let's go back to app.gss and let's import the hero component right here. And let's add the hero components right after the navbar component. And let's close the app and let's focus on this first column. Let's create h4 and we are going to come to this assets folder. Within the assets folder, okay, let's come to not display the asset folder. Let's just come here to the root. You will see, if you take a look at the root, you see content.md file. So here we have what are supposed to be in the hero section. All right, so let's copy this and paste it within this h4. Now let's give this h4 some class name. That's primary, and let's give it a hero subtitle, and let's give it style, and let's give it a background, and let's come over here, let's import this, let's say convert. We're going to convert hex, okay, to RGBA. Okay, so we're importing this from the utility. All right, so look at it here. This is what we just imported here. So let's go ahead, close this. So I'm going to use this to create the color. So we're going to say the color is primary, but then it has an opacity of 0.2. Awesome. Now let's come over here and let's use H1 and let's come to this place, to the content.nd. We don't need to close this for now. So this is the title, and let's place it within this H1, and let's give it some class name. Let's say the class name will be hero-title. And next, let's create a paragraph and let's give it a class name of hero-description. Yeah, and let's come over here and let's copy this and let's paste it right here. Awesome. Okay, so we have this in place right now. So after the paragraph, let's come over here and create div again, and let's see buttons wrapper. Okay, so we're going to be creating about two buttons here. I'm going to be creating it using the link. All right, so let's import this link from React Scroll, and here I'm going to see it. Let's see, get started, and whenever a user clicks on this, I want the user to go to the contact section. So, and I also want this the scroll to be smooth. So I'm going to say smooth through. And also let's give this some class name, VTM and primary. Now, I also want to make use of an icon here. So I'm going to say import FA arrow. Okay. Okay, trend, let's say trend up. Okay, so I'm going to copy this and let's bring it here. So I'm going to duplicate this and let's change this one to see our work, and let's change this to projects, and let's go ahead and change the icon. So I'm going to import an icon. Let's see, import FA project diagram. Okay, so we're going to be using this one on the second button. So come here, we paste it. Awesome. So I'm going to remove this primary and the second button so that it looks different. I'll only leave btn there. So let's come to the second column and let's give this second column a class name of hero dash image. And right here, let's create img. And I'm going to import an image called the hero image. So the image we're going to be using in the hero section is, let's come over here, is within the asset folder, and this is it here. So we need to import it in order to be able to make use of it. So let's say import. We can name it anything we wish. Let me just call it hero image. So but just make sure the address and the extension is very correct. So it's inside assets and it's hero.png. All right. So awesome. Now I always like my CSS imports to be the last thing. Okay. So and I'll come back here and I'll add the hero image. Awesome. Okay. So this is it. So let me refresh. Okay, so let's come to the index.css and let's take a look at this. Okay, so this is supposed to be block. Display is supposed to be block for the image. Awesome. So as you can see, it's showing right now. So this is supposed to be block, not none. Okay, so we are good to write the CSS code for the hero section. Let's select the hero ID and let's give it a position of relative and also flow hidden. Now let's select hero and let's add after pseudo class to it. Give it empty content, position, absolute. Okay, so we are this after we're creating after pseudo class, we're going to use it to create an element for after element. This is what we, as you can see on the preview, what we are creating with this. We're also giving it a background image, and let's give the background image a background size of 400 pixels. And let's transform it by rotating it to 445 degree and look at it. Awesome. Also, we're going to add animation to it. Let's first of all create the animation using at keyframe. So on 0% of the animation, what we're going to do is this. We are going to give it a right of minus 150%. And at 100%, let's give it minus 60%. Let's go ahead and add the animation. Also, let's give it a time frame, which is 1 second. Look at it. You see, it comes out with smooth transition effect. Awesome. Let me come over here and we are going to import this box animation that is here, is within the asset folder. So this box animation is just an animation with SVG. So we're going to import it right into our hero section and make use of it. So let's import box animation. Okay. So we're importing this box animation from the asset folder box animation. So I'm going to add it right here, box animation. So let's take a look at this box animation. Look at it here. If you take a look at here, it has a class name called box animation SVG. All right, so I'm going to copy this class name. Let's select it here. And let's give it a position of absolute width 50% and Let's give it a length of 50% and top of 50%. And also let's transform it so that it will be at the center of its container. Right? So let's select the container and display it to grid. And let's give it a grid template column. The first column will be auto, while the second column will have a maximum width of 512 pixels. Awesome. Position is relative. Let's give it some padding. So the top should be 60 pixel, right 20 pixel, bottom 0 pixel, and left 20 pixel. Now let's select the hero subtitle and give it a font size. Let's also give it use. Let's select the hero title itself. Let's give it a font size of 70 pixel and line height 80 pixel. Let's also give it a margin top and bottom 20 pixel and left and right 10 pixel. And let's select the hero description. So let's also uh, select the buttons wrapper, play to flex, align the item to center, justify the content to center. Let's also style the button. All right, just use the same. But here we're giving it inline flex so that it will be displayed inline. Okay, so for the hero image, line self-flex and let's make everything responsive. So here, let's select the container and make sure that the container has a grid template column auto and 400 pixel. Awesome. Let's select the hero title and reduce the font size. Now let's copy this and paste here and let's edit this to 800. Okay. So we're going to reduce the source class, all right, and also the container. We make sure that it has only one column, which is 100%. We're going to text align everything within it to center. So this is it. Now let's copy and paste the query again, change to 450 pixel, and let's select the hero title, reduce the font size to 30 pixel, and also line height to 40 pixel. Then the buttons wrapper, reduce the gap to 10 pixel, select the button itself, and give it some padding. So this is it. Awesome. Which is cool, guys. So this is our hero section, and we are done with it. So the next section, let's go to the next section. It's very, very responsive. So let me go ahead, close this, and also close this and this. The next section we are going to be creating will be the achievement section or segment. Now let's come to this segment folder and let's create a new folder called achievement. Within the achievement folder that we just created, let's create a new file called index.jsx and let's create the achievement component here in our index.jsx. Now with the same folder, inside the same folder, we're going to create an achievement.css file. And let's come back to our component and let's import the CSS. So let's import achievement.css. Awesome. Now let's go ahead and change this div to section. And let's give it an ID of achievement. Now let's come inside and let's create a container. Now we're going to create an achievement div. Okay. So within this div, let's create a subtitle, and within the title, the subtitle, let's say trusted by. All right. Now let's come over after the paragraph. We are going to be rendering the count of people that trust this brand. Now we're going to be using an extension, a dependency called React Odometer JS. It has already been installed. Now let's come over here and import it. So I'm going to say import. Let's just call it odometer, and we're going to import it from React Odometer JS. Now I always like to keep my CSS import down here. Now we are going to use this odometer here. All right. So we're going to be passing two properties to this odometer. Number one property is the value. Now the second property we'll pass to it is the class name. So let's say the class name is title. Now the value is going to be a state that we can switch. All right. It's the state we have initial value of 0, and we're going to create a set timeout that will change the value to something else, let's say 200 or 500 after some seconds. So first of all, let's create the state. Let's say const. I'm going to call the state clients, and let's say set clients, so that this is the function we're going to be using to switch the value later on. Now let's say use state, which will be imported from React for us. Let's give it an initial value of 0. Okay, so I'm going to just move this to the top. Awesome. Now I'm going to pass client right here. And let's go ahead. After this, we are going to create another paragraph and give it a class of subtitle. Inside this, I'm going to just say write clients. Okay. And let's come over here. After that, let's create another paragraph and let's give it description. Okay. Let's come to here and let's open this content.md. Okay. So here in the content.md, for the first achievement, this will be the description. So I'm going to copy this and let's come back to here inside our achievement component and paste it. So we are done with this first achievement card. So let me just give it some gap so that we can see it very clearly. So I'm going to copy this and we are going to paste it. Let's paste again. It's going to be 3. So for this second and the third one, I'm going to change the values. I'm going to restructure them. Okay, so before we restructure them, let's come here and create 2 more states. So let's say const. So I'm going to call this one satisfaction and state satisfaction. Okay, let's say new state, give it an initial value of 0. Now, next, let's say projects, and let's say set projects, give it an initial value of 0. So, for the second one, I'm going to clear all this, and let's say client with, okay, and I'm going to change this to satisfaction, and I'm going to change this one to also satisfaction. And for this description, let's come to content.md And let's copy the second one, the second description, and let's paste it here. Now for this third one, I'm going to remove this and let's change it to deploy. And let's change this to projects. Also, let's go ahead and change this to IT infrastructure. Right? Let's go ahead and remove this description. And let's come over here and copy the third description. And let's come back and paste it right here. Awesome. So we have actually said this. So the next thing, before we continue writing code here, let's come back to, let me first of all place this content.md, and let's come to the app.jsx, and right here, let's import it. Let's import our achievement, and let's add it right after the hero. Now let's come over to, let's come back, look at how it looks like currently. So let's come back to, let's close this and let's come back to here. Now let's create using use effect. We're going to create uh, this. We're going to be switching the values of all these items after some seconds. So we're going to be doing this inside this use effect. And take a look, use effect is imported from React. So let's pass the callback function here that we execute. So I'm going to say const here. Let's say timeout. So it says save timeout by the callback function, and we pass how many milliseconds it should take for this to execute. So right here, I'm going to say set client. Let's change the value to 200. Also, let's say set satisfaction. And let's change the value to 98. And next, let's say set projects. And we're going to change the value to something like 500. Awesome. Now, whenever this thing run, we need to clear the memory by saying return. We're going to clear the interval. Let's say clear the timeout, I mean to say, and we're passing the timeout like this. Awesome. So let's take a look at this. As you can see, this doesn't make sense at all. It's not displaying very well. Now, this odometer has some CSS themes within it. So let's import the default CSS theme. So let's say import, then say odometer, and we enter into theme, and we're going to say odometer right here, and we're going to say theme, then we're importing the default theme CSS. So take a look at it. You see how it just animated. So this is beautiful, guys. You see when I refresh, take a look, it's now 0. And after some times, it begins to animate. All right. So this is cool. Now let's go ahead and write some CSS code for this. Let's copy this achievement ID and let's make use of it here. So give it a background image. Let's give the image background size of 50% and give it a background position center and also background repeat of no repeat and color. Let's say color white. And also let's style the container, display it to grid and give it a grid template column. Then we still repeat 3 1 FR so that it will have 3 columns with equal weight. So the achievement itself, let's style it, just align it to center. So let's select the title, give it a font size of 60 pixels and a font weight of 600. And let's also select the subtitle and give it a font size of 20 pixels and font weight of 500. description, give it a font size of 16 pixel and a margin top of 20 pixel. And let's make it responsive by saying at max width of 800 pixel, we make the container grid template column 100%. This is cool, guys. This is beautiful. Let's do it this way. See, this is how it looks like. Awesome. This is beautiful, guys. This is cool and it is very, very responsive. So let's keep squeezing it. See on mobile, it's squeezed this way and it's very, very responsive, guys. So we are done with this achievement section. The only thing that is remaining for us to do in this achievement section is to animate it. We're not going to be writing the animation code right now. We are going to write it when we are done creating all the components. Then we will go back to each of the components we created and animate it one after the other. So let me go ahead and close this file. Next, I want my navbar to stick when we start scrolling. So let's go back to the navbar and this is it here. So let's work on this navbar. So what I'm going to do first here is let's create a state. All right. So this state, I'm going to call it draw and let's say set draw. So this will be the function to use and make changes to the draw. So I'm going to create a function here. Let's call it draw navbar and let's go ahead and create it. So I'm going to say that if window dot scroll y scroll y, okay, if it is greater than 200, then we are going to say set draw. We're going to set it to true. Okay. Else we are going to set it to false, which is the initial value. Awesome. So I'm going to come here and I'm going to use memo so that this will always it will only execute when there are changes, all right, in the computed function, right? So I'm going to pass in the callback function and right here I'm going to add windows dot add event listener. So I'm going to add event listener, a scroll event listener to the window. So when this like scroll, this function should execute. Awesome. Also, we need to remove the event listener. Okay, so let's return this function. So I'm going to say window dot remove event listener. We remove the drop navbar. Okay, awesome. Now let's see the resultant effect of this. Now let's come over here and let's console log drop. Okay, so let me just say drop here and let's say drop. Okay, so I'm going to uh, go to inspect and let me click on console and let's see the output the drop. As you can see, drop is false right now. So the output false. Let me scroll. You see it now true. Okay, this is cool. All right, look at it. It's when we scroll up, when the scroll is more than 200 pixel, the drop will become true. Else, if it is on 0 pixel, the scroll is on 0 pixel, it will be false. All right. So we are now going to make use of this drop right here in our nav bar. So I'm going to give the nav bar a class. Okay. So this class I'm giving to it, I'm going to let's do it this way. Let's say if drop, okay, we are going to pass the following class. I'm going to make it block. and I'm going to add a drop class to it. Now let's go to the CSS file for this navbar. Let's write some code in there. So this is our navbar, and what I'm going to do here is this. I'm going to say navbar, navbar, and I'm going to add that if it has a drop class, we're going to position it to be fixed, and we are going to add some animation to it. So let me create the animation below right here. So let's use at keyframe. Let's say the name of the animation is drop. So at 0% of this animation, I want the top to be minus 100%. At 100% of this animation, I want the top to be there. Awesome. So we can go ahead and add a drop animation here. And let's specify the time it takes, which is 1 second. Awesome. So this is good. Now let's take a look at this. Let's go. Can you see that it comes out smoothly? Beautiful. Also, let's come back to here. I'm going to add a style to this. Let's add style to this, and we're going to add a background to it. So the background I'm going to use is we're going to use the BG based background, but I want it to be transparent. So let's say BG base, and let's specify the transparency level, which is 0.8. It's cool. So let's see. It is. This is awesome. And this is cool. Awesome. Awesome. So we are done with this nav bar. The only thing that is remaining in the nav bar is to animate pens. So like I said before, we are not going to animate this until we are done creating all the components. So let's go ahead and close these two files. Next, let's work on the about section. So I'm going to create the about within the segment folder. Let's create about folder, and within the about folder, let's create the index.gss, and let's create about component within the index.gss file. And let's go ahead and create about.css within our about folder. And let's come back to the component we just created, and let's import about.css into the component. Awesome. Now let's change this component div. Let's change it to section, and let's give it an ID of about. Again, let me remind you this. Any ID I use, it corresponds to the ID we used in this nav tab, so that whenever this is being clicked, it will go to the corresponding section. All right. So you see it, I'm using the about ID exactly as it's situated here. Okay, now let's go ahead and create a container within. I'm going to create two columns right here. Okay, so let's focus on the first column and let's give it a class of left. And within this left column, let's create some things. So I'm going to create this spotlight. Okay. And after the spotlight, let's create what I call vision container. And within the vision container, let's create a vision item. And in this vision item, let's create vision content. And within the vision content, let's go ahead, create page 2, and let's see our vision. Okay. And after this, let's create page 4, and let's say title. Okay. And let's come to our content.md file. We have all we need here. So the title will be this. So copy it and paste it right here. Awesome. Now after the title, let's go come here and create a description. And let's come back to content.md and copy the description. Let's paste it right here. All right. So this is the beginning of vision content, and this is the end. So after the end of vision content, let's create image container. So within this image container, we are going to uh, be using an image. So let's come over here. Let's import. Let me call it a VR image. So we're importing this VR image from the assets folder. Right. So here in the assets folder, we have an image. That is called vr.png. So I'm going to just say vr.png here. And right here, let's it's right here, VR image. Okay. Awesome. Now, the next thing we're going to do, let's see, this is the starting point of this mission item. This is the starting point, and this is the end. So I'm going to copy this mission, and I'm going to duplicate it, right? So I'm going to place it. So, all right. So within our vision container, we have two vision items. This is the first vision item, and this is the second vision item. So I'm going to edit the second vision item. Let's come here and let's copy the heading, and let's change this to the heading. Also, okay. So let's come and copy the title, and let's replace this title with the title we copied. Also, let's come and copy the description, and let's replace this description with the description we just copied. Also, so this is how it is. Now we need to change this image, this image. So let's come up here and import another image, and let's call it import. Again, call it personnel. Let's say personnel image. And then we're importing it from asset. And let's say p-1 to png. So if you take a look at this, you see that inside our asset folder, we have the image here. Look at it. So I'm going to be using that personnel image in our vision item, the second vision item. Okay, so I'm going to just pass it here, vision image. Beautiful. This is cool. Now, what we need to do next is we need to uh, go ahead and create the white users session. Okay, so this is the starting point of the vision container, and this is where it ends. All right, so after the end of the vision container, let's create another div, and right here, let's give it a class name. So let's say why uh, choose us, let's say container. Okay, so this within this why choose us container, going to be looping through the data we have within the data.gss file. Look at it here. Let me squeeze this one. So you see here we have white choosers. Look at the data here. We have the title, the image icon, the description. And as you can see, this image was imported from our assets folder. All right. Look at those images here. They've imported. And when we come to this folder, this is the assets folder. You see that we exported those images we imported within our data right here. Awesome. So what we need to do right now is let's come over here. Let's import y choosers. Right? Take it from data. Yeah. Awesome. So I'm going to copy this and right within here. We are going to look through it, and let's say list, then index. So let's go ahead and we're going to return this. Let's give it the key of an index. Okay, and let's give it some class name. Okay, I'm going to say describe a class name of block and also y choosers class. Awesome. Now let's also pass some style to it. Okay, and we are going to say that the background. Let's say convert text to RGB. So here we're going to pass the BG secondary. Okay, and comma. Let's say the opacity will be 0.3, and that is cool. Awesome. Now let's come over here and let's import convert heads to, okay. So I'm importing it from the utility. Okay. Awesome. Now right within this div, let's create let's say div the icon. Let's add the image right here. So we're going to say this dot image icon. And after this, let's create history. And right here, let's output the title. And also, let's give this history the class name of title. Now, after the history, let's create a paragraph and let's give it the class of description. And let's output the description right here. Awesome. This is cool. Beautiful. Now, the next thing we're going to do uh, is to create the second column. So before we start writing code for this second column, let's quickly go to app and let's import our about here. Okay, and let's add it right after achievement. Okay, so we can now see it on the screen. Look at it, and you can see it doesn't look good yet. Okay, so let's create the right column. So for this right column, let's write right column. And what we're going to create here, let's start by saying h2.title, and let's see our approach. Okay, so after this, I'm going to create a boxes wrapper. Let's call it boxes wrapper. And within this, we are going to be looping through. Let's open the data file and let me close this. So we have here what is called our approaches. So look at it. It has title, it has icon, and it has description. So we just have three of them within here. So let's come back to here, and right here we just import it from data, and let's come back. So within here we are going to map through this. Okay, so let's see approach and index. Okay, so we are going to return this, and let's pass a key of index. Now let's say the icon, and right here let's put the icon also. Now right here let's also pass a style. So right here I'm going to pass in the CSS perfect shape. So I want it to have uh, equal height and width. So as you can see, CSS perfect shape is imported from utility. All right. So I'm going to pass 50 and 50. Okay. So also let's specify the background, and let's say that here, and pass primary here, and let's say 0.1. So that's cool. Now after this, let's pass a div. Let's create a div, and let's see history here dot title. Um, let's see approach dot title. Next, let's say p dot description, and we are going to go ahead and say approach dot description also. So now that we have created this, before the ending of this boxes wrapper, let's create a div here. So I'm going to create div, and let's give it the class of contact us, and let's create h2 and give it a class of title. And, let's come to content.md and look at we don't have the title here, so let's just come back and write it. Yeah. So after this, let's create a link using React Scroll. Uh, so we're going to import this link from React Scroll. So let's just say contact us. So let's come over to here and let's import the link from React Scroll. And also let me move this CSS import down here. Okay. And let's come back here, and we are going to say that when this is clicked, we should scroll to the contact section. And also, let's add smooth and give it the value of 2 so that it will scroll there with no transition effect. Also, let's give it some class names. So I want to say btn and also primary. Also, all right. So we are done with the markup for this section. So this is the markup. It looks great. Yeah. So we need to go ahead and we need to go ahead and style it. So let's select about and so let's select the title and let's give it a font size of 18 pixels. Also, let's give it a font width of 500 and a margin of 10 pixels. And let's say about again and let's go ahead and select the description. So for every description, I want to give it a color of text native. Also, we also give it a font size or font weight of 400 and font size of 15 pixels. Now let's select about again. Select the container and we display it as weight. So with template column right now will be repeat. Let's make it 3 column, 1 fraction, which will occupy. This is comma. Now let's give it a gap of 20 people. Now let's select the left column. Okay. We are going to make the left column to occupy 2 columns. It will span through 2 columns. And let's position it as relative also. Awesome. Now let's select the left column also, and within it we have what is called spotlight. So let's select the spotlight, and this spotlight we're going to give it a width of 100%, and let's give it a bottom of 0 and also the left of 0 and the Z index of 1. Okay. Okay, so let's select about and let's select our vision container and let's display it as grid and let's give it a new template column of repeat. Let's say 2 and let's say 1 FR, 1 FR and let's give it a gap of 20 people. Next, let's say about and let's go ahead and select our vision item. And let's give it some background, e.g. secondary. And let's give it a border radius of 1.5 gram. Also, let's give it overflow of hidden. And let's display it to the left. And also, let's give it a left direction of column. And align the items to stretch. Okay. And let's justify the content to space between. And let's position it relative also. Now, what we're going to do, let's copy this because within this we also have the spotlight. So let's select the spotlight within it, and I'm going to give it a bottom. Let's say minus 20%, and let's give it a right of 0, and the z index is always 1 also. Now let's see, let's select the first child and child. Let's say that the first child, we need to give it a background color, background color for primary, and let's give it a background image of let's say URL, and let's specify the URL, and we're going to use bg1.svg, and also let's specify the background size, which is going to be 100%. Now let's see background repeat. We are going to say no repeat, and also let's specify the background position, and let's say center, and also let's specify the color text, which will be color dash white. Okay. Also, now let's we are going to select the let's say we select the description within our first vision container. So let's select the description. So for the description, we can also that say that the color is color white, but there's no need for this because uh, this has already done the job for us. Now let's select about, and let's select the vision content. Sorry, content. And here we're going to give it a padding, padding top and bottom of 30 pixels, padding left and right of 20 pixels. And also, let's give it a position of relative, and also give it a z index of 2. All right. So let's see about here, and select the image container, and let's position it to be relative, and then index 2 option. Now let's say about, and let's select the y choose us container. Okay. So for the y choose us container, we're going to display it to be grid, and let's give it a grid template column of repeat, and let's say pass 3 1 fr, so it's containing three equal columns, and let's say gap should be 20 pixel, and also give it a margin top of let's say 40 pixel, and also position it as relative, and give it a z index of 2. Awesome. Now we need to select the y choose us. Okay, and for this y choose us, we'll make sure that the text aligns to the center, and also it has a padding of 20 pixel, and let's go ahead and give it a border radius of let's say 1.5 rand. Awesome. Now let's select the icon within it. So for this icon, we are going to make sure that it has a margin. so that it will always be at the center. This is beautiful. Let me expand it so that we can see what we have currently. Okay, look at it. So for this icon also, I'm going to make sure that the width is should be something like 50 pixels. And that is cool. Now let's go ahead and style the right container. All right, I can even comment say right column. I need to say not right container. It's right column. Okay, so let's say right column. So right here, I'm going to select the right column. All right, and we let's just go straight and style the boxes container right here. So let's say boxes. It's actually boxes what we use there, the container or wrapper. So you see boxes wrapper. So uh, let's say wrapper here, and let's display grid, and let's specify the grid template columns to be 100%, and let's give it a gap of 20 pixels. So now what we need to do is let's select the approach. Okay, so for this approach, let's display it as let's display it to the flex, and let's give it a gap of 20 pixels, and also let's give it a background of let's say var bg secondary, and let's give it a padding of 20 pixels, and also give it a border radius of 1.5 rem. Also, now let's copy this approach. Let's go ahead, paste it, and let's select the icon. So for this icon, let's give it a font size of 30 pixels will be fine. Okay, and also let's give it a color of let's say primary. So now let's take a look at this to see how it looks like. This is cool, guys. It's beautiful. Now let's go ahead and let's make this description. Since I thought that this will be white, but it's ended up not being white. So let's come here before we continue with the rest of the code. Let's come over here and let's select this first vision item. Let's select the description and let's give it a color of white. Awesome. Okay. So you see the description, the color of the text is now white. Awesome. Okay. So let's continue with the rest of the code. Now, I want to select the let's say contact us, and let's give it a background image, and let's say asset, and let's pass this, and let's say background size cover, and also let's say color, and let's say color white. Okay, so let's say text align center, and also let's say padding 30 pixels, and let's say border radius let's say 1.5. Okay, so next let's say about, and let's say contact us, and let's say btn, and let's say display inline block, and let's give it a margin top of let's say 30 people will be fine. Also, now let's take a look at this query. So this is how this looks like on the let's call it on the on the what do I call this now? Let's see on the desktop. Okay, looks like this. So uh, there's something I'm missing here. I need to put a spotlight on this box. Okay, so let's come back to this place. You see, I haven't targeted it. So let's come to the second vision item. So this is the second vision item. This one is the first one. So let's place a spotlight here. Okay. So spotlight. Can just do this, right? And that will be fine. So this is it. You see there is spotlight within this box at the back of this man. There is spotlight. That is cool. Also, now let's make it responsive because as you can see, it doesn't look good on mobile at all. So let's make it responsive. Let me just comment here. Let's say responsiveness. So let's say a media, and let's say screen, and now it. So let's say the white field container. Let's say the template color, and let's say the PTL, and let's say T1 FR. Yeah, and let's see Y plus, and let's see and child. Uh, let's see here. Okay, we select the third white field. We are going to delete the grid color, expand it to 2. Alright, awesome. Now let's copy this and edit it. So copy, paste, and let's edit the size. Okay, so let's change it to 700 pixel, and let's go here. So I'm going to select the mission container, and I'm going to say that the grid template column should be 100%, so that the each item will occupy 100% width of the screen. And let's select the white Jesus container again, and also we're going to make the grid template column to be 100%. So, like we're going to say here, grid template column 100%. But since that is the same code here, I don't think there's any need of repeating it. All we just need to do is let's copy this and come here, replace command, and paste it, and we can now remove the second one. Right? So two of them are sharing this one code. Awesome. Now let's go ahead and select the let's see the white shoes, the third one again, and we are going to say that B colon, we're going to span it to the 1. Okay, awesome. Now let's go ahead again and let's select the about, and let's select the right content column and the boxes wrapper. We are going to also give it a green template column of 100%. And let's see. Okay. So at this point, this is let's refresh. Okay. So okay. So we have not added this code. Then let's come to here at the top. Let's copy this and paste it here. Okay. And let's see 1000. 1000 here. We are going to first of all, let's select the container. Because container contains the two, both left and right column. So we are going to give it a great template column 100%. Also, let's go ahead and select the left column here, and we're going to give it a grid column. We're just going to span it to one outside. And again, let's select this. Okay, we're going to select this, and no, let's just select. It's actually the right column we need to select here. So we select the boxes wrapper, and let's give it a new template column of repeat. Let's say T1.5. Also, so this is how it currently looks. Now right here, since this guy is sharing the same code with this, no need of repeating this code. We just come here, add comma, and paste this, and let's delete this one. So three of them are sharing this one code, and that is awesome. So let's keep on. You see, first of all, on full screen, this is how it looks like. Okay, and let's squeeze it. See, see, awesome. Very, very responsive, and that is beautiful. That is cool. Yeah. So we are done with this about section. Later on, we will come back and animate it. So let's go ahead and close there. The next section we'll be working on is the services section. So let's go ahead and within the segments folder, let's create services folder. And within the services folder, let's create index.js, and let's create services component within our index.js. Also, let's create services.css file within our services folder. Now, let's come to our index and import the services.css file. Also, now let's come here within our services component and let's change this dev container to section. And let's go ahead and give it an ID of services. Awesome. Now, the first thing I'm going to create here is a spotlight. And after the spotlight, let's go ahead and create a container. And right here within the container, let's create a section header. Okay. Within the section header, let's create history and let's write within it our services. After this, let's create h2 and let's open our content.md and let's copy the title. So we are done with the session header. Now, after the session header, let's come below here and let's create the services here. So right here, we are going to be looping through the services. All right. So we have services within our data JSS. So look at it here, the data here. For the services, it has title, description, and icon. So we're looking through these services right now. So first, let's import it from data. Let's map through it here. And right here, I'm going to give it a key of index. And right within this, let's create a div. And right within this div, we are going to put the icon. And let's give it a class name of icon. Also, let's give it style. And we're going to give it, make sure that it has equal height and width. Let's use CSS perfect shape. This is 70, 70. So let's import CSS perfect shape here. We're importing it from the utility. Also, we are going to change the background. So let's see. Convert text to RGB. Okay, we need to add background here. And this will be the value for the background. Also, now let's go ahead after the let's add the media and let's say H4 here, and we're going to add service tag here. Also, let's give this some class name or title, and now let's make use of paragraph, and right here we're going to include the description. So we are going to give this a class name. So let's make use of the line clamp operated and the general style within our index.css file. Also, give it a class of description. Now, after this label, let's create a button. Right here, I'm going to create a link. And let's say explore. And let's import your link from the App Store. And also, we're going to be using an icon. So let's import the icon. So I'm going to say FA. Let's say right. Okay. So I'm going to copy this and let's place the icon here. Now let's configure this. When the user clicks on this, I want the user to go to the contact section and let's give it a class name, btn, and also also. Now, right here, we are going to build this container. Let's give it a class name. Let's say block and also service. And let's give it a style. Let me just copy this. Okay. And let's paste it here. I'm going to remove this first one. Let's change this to BG secondary. Okay. And this should be 0.8. Awesome. Now, before we go ahead and style it, let's go to app. Let's import it here. So we import it, we import services, and let's add it after about. And this is it. Oops, it's showing some error. Okay, the CSS is service is not service. And look at it. So let's go ahead and style it. Let's select the services ID, position it to relative, and let's give it a background image using the bg1.svg and background size of 70%. Also background repeat, no repeat, background position center. And let's select the spotlight that is within it. We give it a width of 100% and bottom of 0. And let's select the container and give it a position relative and z index of 2. And let's select the services. We display it to grid and give it a grid template column. Repeats 3, 1. So the service itself, we're going to display it to flex, align the item to fresh, and we're going to mix the flex direction to the column. And let's also select the icon within it. So for this icon, make sure that it's displayed on the center. Let's also give it select the middle, give it a flex 1 so that it will occupy all the remaining spaces. So here we select the title and let's select the description, give it on size of 16 pixels. And also let's select the button, the button, and let's select the BTN. So give it 55 content center, 10 pixel, and color primary. The next thing we need to do now is let's make this responsive. But before then, let's take a look at how it looks like. This is awesome, guys. Awesome. So it looks so cool. Now, the next thing is to make it responsive. So let's say responsiveness. Okay. And we're going to say at media and we say screen. And let's see max width. And we are going to give it 9. Okay. And let's see services here. Let's select the services and we are going to specify the grid template column. Just be repeat to 1FR. And next, let's go ahead and see at media here, screen and max words. Okay. So for the max words of let's say 700 pixels, and let's select the services again, and this time make the grid template column to be 100%, and that is cool. So as you can see, it looks cool on mobile, and this is awesome. So uh, look at it. So what is remaining on this right now is just to uh, go ahead and animate it. So we're not going to animate it now. Animate it later on when we are done creating all the sections. All right, so let's click here and let's create a new folder within our segments folder called portfolio. And within the portfolio folder, let's create the index.gss. And within the index.gss, let's create the portfolio component. And let's go ahead and create portfolio.css. And also, let's import the portfolio.css within our portfolio component. And let's change this div to section. And let's give it an ID of portfolio. Awesome. Now, within this, let's create a container. And next, let's create a section header. And right here, let's create history. And let's see our portfolio. And next, let's go ahead and create history here. So I'm going to open the content.md file and let's go ahead, copy this, and let's go to the H2 and paste it here. All right. So next, we are going to be using Swiper to wrap all our portfolios. So Swiper is one of the dependencies that has been installed into this project. Look at it here. It's already installed. So I'm going to come over here and let's import Swiper. Okay. Let me just wrap it like this. So say Swiper. We import it from Swiper, then React. Okay. So also let's come after the section header and let's have the swiper right here. Okay. So within the swiper, we are going to be looping through our portfolios. Now within the data file, the portfolio we're going to be looping through is already constructed. Look at it here. It has title, description, and image. So we have about 6 of them right here. So let's go ahead and import this portfolio into our portfolio component. So I'm going to say import, then say portfolio, and trace it to the data. Look at it here. Now we're going to loop through the portfolio and let's see list here and index lists, comma, index, and also let's go ahead right here. We are going to let's come over to here, comma, and we're going to import what is called swiper slide. So we're going to wrap this with swiper slide. All right. And let's say clear and let's also the index. Okay, now let's give this a class name of portfolio. Okay, and the next thing we're going to do is let's say image wrapper. Okay, and let's come over here and let's say image. All right, so next let's see content wrapper. And let's go ahead and output list dot title. Okay, and let's also give it a class name of title. Next, let's say p dot description, and let's say list dot description here. Awesome. This is cool. All right. So the next thing we're going to do is let's come back to this guy here. Now we are going to do some setup here. So the first thing I'm going to do is let me give it a class name of let's say portfolio wrapper. Okay. Next, I'm going to uh, specify the slides. Let's say slides per view. I'm going to give it 1, and also space between. So the space between each of the slide, let's say 30. And next, let's say breakpoint. Let's make it responsive. So at 600, I'm going to see that the slides per view should be, let's say 2, then, comma, at 900, let's say that the slides per view should be 3, and that is awesome. Now, the next thing I would like to do is this. I would like to make this to so scroll on its own. So now let's import a module called auto scroll. Autoplay, I mean to say, I want it to autoplay on its own. So now that we import autoplay, we are going to come here and let's pass the module. So in this module, we're going to pass autoplay here like this. Awesome. Now we can now do some setup. We're going to say autoplay. We're going to say it should be true, and we're also going to make it loop. All right, so that it will be looping while auto scrolling. And let's specify the speed. Okay, so let's just say like 1085, and let's say grab cursor true. Awesome. Now this is good to go. Now, before we go ahead and write the CSS code, let's go to app. First of all, close this. So let's come to the app. So right here in the app, we need to do two things here right now. The first thing is uh, let's import portfolio. Okay, and let's place it right here. Okay, okay. So imported and placed successfully. Now the next thing we're going to do here is to import the swiper CSS. All right. The reason why I'm importing it here and not within the portfolio component is because I will be using swiper in two different places in this project. So portfolio component is just one of the place I'm using swiper. So I need to import this portfolio CSS, the swiper CSS right here, so that it will be global and I can use it anywhere I want to use it apart from what's it called, this portfolio component. All right. So it's imported right now, and this is how it looks like. Okay. Awesome. So this is how it looks like. And it's supposed to autoplay on its own. Can you see it's autoplay? Awesome. So let's go ahead and style this to make it look cool. And good. So let's come to portfolio.css. So right here, let's go ahead, select the portfolio, and we are going to give it a background. So the background will be, let's say, BG secondary. Okay. And let's just copy this so that we'll be typing it each time. So we are going to select the portfolio wrapper. Okay. We are going to give it a margin top and bottom of 70 pixels and left and right of 0. Also, we are going to give it a height of 100%. And next, let's select the portfolio itself. Okay, and we're going to give it a height of auto, and also let's give it a border radius of 1.5 rem. Next, let's give it a background of let's say var, let's say bg is, and next let's give it a box shadow. So the box shadow we're going to be giving, let's say 30 pixel and 0 pixel. Then let's use RGBA, and let's say 0, now 0, 0, and let's say 0.1. Next, let's say overflow hidden. Yeah. Now let's also select the image, let's say image wrapper. So for the image wrapper, we're going to give it a height of 200 pixel, and let's also select the content wrapper, and we're going to give it a padding 20 pixel. And next, let's select the title, and we're going to give it a margin bottom of 15 pixel, and also a font size of 20 pixel, and font weight of 500. Awesome. Now let's select the description. So for this description, we just need to change the color of the text to, let's say, text dash muted, and that is it. Awesome. So we are just done styling this. Let's see the desktop version of it. You see how it looks like. Awesome. This is cool, guys. So that is it for this portfolio section. We really don't have much to do here. So we are actually done with the portfolio section. Now we can go on to the next section. So let me bring this back to normal, and let's go ahead close this, and also we can go ahead and close this one. Next, let's go ahead into the segment folder. This segment folder, we're going to create testimonials. All right, so let's create a new file within the testimonials folder called index.js, and let's create the testimonials component within. Awesome. Now we are also going to go ahead and create a new file called testimonials.css within our testimonials folder. Now let's come over to our testimonials component, and let's go ahead and import the testimonials.css file, and let's change the root div to section, and let's go ahead and give it an ID for testimonials. Let's change this to lowercase. All right, testimonials. And let's go ahead and create a container within it. And also let's create a section header within. And right here, let's create history. And let's see what our, let's see what our client here. Here. Next, let's write HTML, and let's open the content.md, and let's go to the section for testimonials. Then we'll see the title here. All right, look at it, testimonial segments, and we'll copy it and paste it here. Awesome. Now, the next thing we are going to do is right after the session header, what we're going to do here is pretty much looks somehow the same with what we did in the services section. So, sorry, not in the services section, it's actually in the portfolio section. So, right here in the portfolio section, let's just copy this. Okay, let's copy it and let's go back to the testimonials component and let's paste it. And this is it. So let's come up here and let's import the swiper. Okay, we import swiper and also we import swiper slide, and also we're going to import autoplay. Okay, awesome. And this is nice. All right. So the next thing we are going to do is this. Uh, if you take a look at, let me close this, our data. So right here in the data, you are going to see the client reviews. So it has content, name, job title, rating, and image. So let's go ahead and copy this and let's come back to our testimonials component and let's go ahead and import it from data. Okay, awesome. Now we're going to look through this. We're going to look through it here and let's map through it. We're going to say, list, all right? Let's say or clients, let's say client and index, okay? And let's go ahead and use the swiper slide, sorry, swiper slide, okay? And let's pass the key. So the key will be in the index and right within it, let's go ahead and we are going to first of all create the top, and within this top I'm going to say the dot content, and we're going to output client dot content right here. Next, let me create the button, and within this button we are going to create the star container. Let's create star container. So right here we are going to be outputting the stars. All right. So before we do that, I'm going to create a star decoder that will decode the stars based on the numbers of rating that the user gives. All right. So let's come to the file, utility folder. So let's open this index and I'm going to come over here and let's say export const and let's call it star decoder. Right? So star decoder. All right. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to pass in the rating and let's go ahead and implement this. So I'm going to say const star, okay, and it's going to be equal to empty. So I'm going to say for and let's say let okay, awesome. Now this should be I should be less than 5. It should be less than 5. Awesome. Now I'm going to say that I if I is less than the rating, if it is less than the rating, okay, then we are going to say star dot push. Sorry. Uh, let's just move this. Let's say stars. Okay, then we push this. I'm going to import at the top here. Let's import two icons. All right. The first icon I'm going to import is this. It's called FA star. Okay. And the second icon I'm going to import is FA red, let's say star. Okay, awesome. Now I'm going to push FA star here. Okay, S, I'm going to do this. I'm going to say stars, push, and I'm going to push in the FA, let's say L T star. Okay, awesome. Now let's come down here and let's return. And we're going to return this. So right here, let's go ahead and say we're going to map through the stars. So we map through it. Let's say map, and we're going to say star, then index. Okay, and I'm going to be returning the star. Okay, and let's say the key be the index. Awesome. This is cool, guys. This is cool. So this will decode the star for us. If it is 4, it will have a 4 field star and 1 on field 1. If it is 3, it will have 3 field star and 2 on field star, and so on and so forth. So let's go ahead and copy this, and let's come to our testimonial component, and let's import it. So start decoder, star the coder, import it. So let me copy this, and right here I'm going to say start decoder, and I'm going to say client dot rating. Awesome. So this will do the perfect job right here for us. So I have not yet added it, so we are not seeing anything yet. I'm not adding it to the app. Okay, so but let's continue. So the next thing after the start container, the next thing is to create a div, and right within the div, let's create image, and let's say client dot image. All right, and right here, let's say class name, let's say profile. All right, and next, let's say style, and we're going to say CSS perfect shape. Okay. So this perfect shape will be imported also from the utility. Okay, so we are going to say CSP so, and that is cool. Now let's go ahead. After this, we are going to go ahead and create history and give it a class of name. And right here, we are going to output the client name. Okay, so that's the name here. Next, we are going to go ahead and say job title. Okay, so we are going to say client dot job title. That is cool. Awesome. Now, the next thing we're going to do before we start writing the styles is let's come over here and let's we're going to give this a class of blog. Let's say blog, and let's say testimonial. And let's give it some style. Okay. So the style we're going to give to it, we're going to give it a background, and let's say convert okay, and we are going to pass in the bg secondary bg secondary, and we're going to pass the opacity level. So that's a 0.5. Now let's take a look at this. So before we start writing the style, let's go to the app. Okay, we're going to go to app, and right here in app, let's go ahead and import it here. Let's import testimonials. Okay, so we're importing testimonials here, and let's place it right after portfolio. Okay, so testimonials. Yeah, awesome. Okay, so let's close this. Let's come back to this. This is supposed to have X. Okay, so testimonials. Let's go ahead and close this one also, and let's take a look at it. Okay, so this is testimonial. As you can see, the star is well decoded. This is 5 star, and this is 4. All right. So let's go ahead and write some CSS style for this. So first, let me close this, and let's go to CSS. Let's select testimonial ID testimonials, and let's position it to relative. Now let's select the spotlight within. All right. So let's give it a height of 200 pixels. Let's add the spotlight before we begin to write the CSS. So let's give it a height of 200 pixels, and let's give it a width of 50%. Okay. Let's also transform it by translating. Also translate it so that it should be at the center. So let's change this to testimonials. All right. So we select it here and give it a margin tab of 40 pixels. Now let's select the testimonial itself, give it a height of auto so that all of them will have the same height. That's why the height auto is there. All right. Display to flex, align the item to stretch, justify the content to space between flex direction, colon. And let's select the top and give it a flex of 1 so that it will occupy any remaining space after the remaining items in the flex box. All right. So stars container plus with a gap of 10 pixels, font size of 20 pixels, and color, we give it color warning. And let's select the profile and give it a margin also so that it will be at the center horizontally and overflow hidden. Let's select the job title. We are going to give it a color method, and that is it. Now, let's take a look at what we have done. See, this is beautiful, guys. This is awesome. Look at it. It auto scrolls on its own, and that is beautiful. That is cool. It makes a lot of sense that way. So for now, we are done with this section. Later on, we'll come back and animate it. But for now, let's go ahead to the next section. So I'm going to go ahead and close this and this. Next, let's create the contact segment. So I'm going to create a new folder within the segment folder. Let's call it contact. And within the contact folder, let's create index.jsx. And let's create the contact component within our index.jsx. And let's go ahead and create another file called contact.css within our contact folder. And let's go back to our contact component and let's import the contact.css file. Let's change the div to section. And let's give this an ID of contact. Within the contact, let's create a container. And we're going to create 2 columns here. So the first column will be a def, and why the second column will be a font. Okay, so right now let's focus on the first column. Okay, so I'm going to give this first column a class name of contact info wrapper. Okay, within we are going to look through the contact info we have within the data. All right, so if you take a look at this data, you see here that we have contact info with the title, description, value, and icon. So let me copy this and let's close it back. So right here, I'm going to import the contact info from the data here. So we have data here. Awesome. So let's say contact info dot map, and we are going to go ahead and say info, and let's also say index. Next, let's come over here and let's say div, and we are going to say class name contact info, and let's give it a key of index. Awesome. Now let's create a div and let's give it a class of an icon. Also, let's give it a style. So the style we're giving it right now, uh, we want to give it a perfect shape. So let's say CSS perfect shape. And we are going to say 70 will be the width and 70 will be the uh, height. So let's say, let's import CSS package shape right here. Okay. So we're importing it from the utility. Okay, util. Awesome. Now we are going to go ahead and we're going to put info dot icon right here. Okay, that's awesome. Now the next thing we're going to do after the let's create an info container, and right here using h3 I'm going to say info here. Let's put the title within this h3. Next, let's create a paragraph and give it a class of description, and let's put the description of the info here. Also, next let's create h4 and let's give it a class name of value. And let's go ahead and put info dot value again. That is awesome. So I'm going to also import the socials we created earlier. So we created socials and it was created within the component, uh, the component. So look at it here, component folder. We have socials here. So that's what I'm trying to import, and I've imported it successfully. So right here, I'm going to add the socials. That is awesome. Okay. So before we start with the second column, which is this one, let's come back and go to app. Right here in the app, let's import contacts, and let's go ahead and add it after testimonials. Okay, so let's close this back. Awesome. So let's refresh. See, I think something is wrong. So I'm going to open this. Okay, it's contacts, not contacts. Okay, So take a look at it here. See here. Now let's come here inside the form, and first let's create top. We are also going to create middle and bottom. So this is bottom, this is middle, this is top. Now within the top, let's use H2 and uh, let's say get in touch, right? And let's create a paragraph and give it a description class. Now let's go to our content.md file and let's go to contact segment. Now let's copy the description here and let's go and let's see within the paragraph here. Awesome. Now let's go to the middle. We're going to create an input and let's go ahead and give it a placeholder. And let's say the placeholder should be full name. And next, let's give it a name. We can just give it a name called full name. And let's give it a class name for control. Awesome. Now I'm going to duplicate this. So let's duplicate and make changes. So I'm going to change this second one to, first of all, let's change the type to email. And let's change this placeholder. So let's say email address. And let's change this to email. So let's duplicate the input again. I'm going to say, let's duplicate it one more time, right? So this one, let's change the type to top, right? Telephone. Okay. And let's change this to uh, phone number. And let's change the name. Okay, let's change the name to phone number. Next, let's create a text area. Okay. Uh, let's just give it a name of message. So here we're going to give it a placeholder of your message. Also, let's give it a class name. So that's awesome. Now, within the button, we are going to create a button and we're going to give it a type button. And let's say send message here. And let's give it a class of btn and also primary. Awesome. So, take a look at this. You can see it doesn't look that good. It just looks so bad. And we're going to handle this very soon. All right. So this is the markup. Let's go ahead and write the style. Let's select the container, but let's trace it with the contact ID. Let's just page grid, give it a grid template column, repeat to one FR and gap of 2 rem. Also, let's select the description and let's give it a color of column text method and margin top and bottom 10 pixel, margin left and right 0. Select the contact, therefore display to flex, and let's give it a gap of 10 pixel and margin top and bottom 40 pixel, left and right 0 pixel. Now let's select the icon, let's press it very well and give it a color, font size of 30 pixel, and also the value, let's give it a color primary. And let's go ahead and select the control. Let's give it a border solid 2 pixel, and let's say the border color. Okay, and let's give it a width of 100% and also a padding top and bottom of 0 pixel, left and right 15 pixel. And let's go ahead and give it a height of 50 pixel. And also let's give it transition. For the background, let's give it a transition. And let's go ahead with size none, and let's give it a font size of 10 pixel. Color, let's give it text color. Let's go ahead and select the text area dot control. So any text area that has a class name of control, we give it a height of 100 pixel and padding of 10 pixel. And also on focus, we're going to change the background from the border color, I mean to say, to primary. And also let's select the bottom and give it a margin of 30 pixel. And let's give it write a responsive code. So what we're going to do here is just that at 930 pixel, we'll make the container to have a grid template equal to 100%. Wow, this is cool. Now let's expand this. So this is how it looks like on desktop. So what is remaining here is just to animate this, which we are going to do later on. So we are done with this section for now. Let's go ahead and go create the next section. Yeah, so close this. Next, let's create the blog section. So within our segment folder, let's create a new folder called blog. Okay. Within the blog folder, let's create index.gss, and let's create the blog component within our index.gss. Also, let's create a new file called blog.css within our blog folder. And let's come to the blog components and import the blog.css. Awesome. Let's go ahead and change this div to section. And let's also give the section an ID called blog. Next, let's create a container within the blog section, and let's create a session header within the container. Also, let's use H3, and let's write within it blog post, and also let's write H2, and we are going to say insights, and let's say innovation. Okay, so after the session header, let's create the next container called blogs. Okay, okay. Within the blogs grid, we are going to be looking through this blog in our blog post, which is structured within the data file. So it has title, content, and image. So we're going to be looking through this in our blog section. So let me copy this, and let's go back to our blog component, and let me import it at the top here. So let's say blog post. We are going to import it from the data and the screen. So we are going to be mapping through it. So let's say map, and we can see blog and comma index. So this will be the index of the loop. And let's return this. So let's create a div, and let's give it a class of blog card. Or let's just create the div first. So yeah, so let's create the div first. Say class name. Let's say blog start. Now we before we start creating anything again, let's give it a key. Let's say key will be index. Next, let's create the top. So right within this top, I'm going to create img, and here we're going to say blog dot image. We output the image. Next, let's create the button. So within the button, I'm going to create history, and I'm going to output the blog title here. Okay, now let's give it a class name. So make sure that first of all, let's use the line clan dash two class we created in the index.css file. Now let's create a paragraph and also give it inline dash clan dash three, then description. Okay, and let's go ahead and put description here. Okay, so description blog content. I meant to say no. Yeah, so I put the content right there. Now we need to add this to the app so that it will be visible. So let's go to app and let's import our blog. Okay, and let's add it after contact. Also, let's close the app now. Let's see it. Look at it here. Now, the next thing we need to do is let's go ahead and write some CSS code for this blog. Let's select blog ID and let's give it a background of BG secondary. Also, let's select the blog's grid and that display the grid and give it a grid template column of 3, 1 FR. Also, let's go ahead and select the blog art. Give it a background of BG base and located border is 1.5 frame. Let's select the top and give it a height of 300 pixels. The top contain the image. Let's select the bottom and give it a padding of 20 pixels. And let's make it responsive. Look at how it is. Let's make it responsive because it doesn't look good. Okay, so let's say at max width of 900 pixels, let's select the blocks grid and give it a grid template column of repeat to 1 FR, and let's copy this and duplicate. So at 600 pixels, we give it a grid template column of 100%. It is responsive right now. Very, very responsive. And that is cool. So we are done with this section. Later on, we are going to come back to animate it. So let's go ahead, close this, and also close this. Next, let's go ahead and create the footer section. So within our segment folder, let's create footer, and within the footer folder, let's create the index.jss file. And within the index.jss file, let's create our footer component. And within the footer folder, let's create a new file called footer.css. Let's go back to the footer component and import the footer.css file. Okay. Now let's change this def to footer. And let's go ahead and create a container within the footer. And also, let's go ahead and create a section here and give it a class of newsletter. Let's create H2 again. And let's write use later again. And let's go ahead and create a paragraph. And let's open our content.md file. So here in the footer, the newsletter description, let's copy this and let's paste it here. Awesome. Now, after this, let's go ahead and create subscribe here. Subscribe B. And within this subscribe, let's create input. And it should be our email here. And email. Let's go ahead and give it a placeholder. Enter your email address. Awesome. Next, let's create a button here. Just a button, and let's see. Awesome. Now, after this, after the newsletter section, the newsletter, now let's create another section. Let's call it box. Within this box proper, let's create a box, and we are going to add the logo here. So let's come up here and import the data logo. So we created this logo within the component folder. Look at it here. So let's import it from there. So we trace the component folder. So we're going to add data with logo right here. Now after the logo, let's create the paragraph and let's come to the content.md file and copy this footer description. And let's go back to our footer component and paste it within the paragraph. Now also, let's come up here and let's import the socials. Okay. We're importing it from components, socials, all right, and that is cool. So we are going to be adding the socials after the paragraph. That is cool. Now, after this first box, we're going to be looping through the footers data here. So if you come to our data, you'll see that we have the footer data down here. So look at it. So we need to look through this and output them in the footer section. So I'm going to come here and let's import footer. We're importing it from data and let's look through it here within this solid base. So we're going to say yes, footer map and let's say list here and for that index. Then let's go ahead and create box here and give it a key index here. And we're going to use history and give it a class of title. And right within this history, let's output the title, saying this title. Also, let's create routes. And within this route, we're going to look through list dot sub routes. Then we'll map through it. Yep. So we are going to call this route and also index. Now we are going to use the link here Okay, this link, we will need to import it from React Store. So we import the link from React Store, and we are going to put here, let's say route dot title, and let's come over here, and let's say to, and we are going to say route dot id. We have put the id here, and also let's give it a class name of route. So let's give it a class name of route, and also a key index. Okay, awesome. Then the next thing we need to do right now after this is let's come after this output, and let's create a box again. And right inside this box, I'm going to create h3 and give it title. And I'm going to say contact details here. And right here in the contact details, I'm going to import this contact info, all right, from the data. And let's come over here, say comma, and I'm going to say contact info here. So let's look through the contact info. And so I'm going to say info, then index. So what we're going to do here is let's say route, um, let's give it a key or index, and let's say icon, and let's say info dot icon. Awesome. Now let's say here, then let's say info dot value. Awesome. Now, uh, before we start styling this, let's go ahead and add it to app. So let's open app and import future. Okay. So let's go back to the footer. We're saying that the index is not defined. Okay, okay. So I made a mistake here. Yeah. So this is it. Awesome. I can now close this, and this is it. So it needs some styling for it to look good. Okay, so let's go ahead and style the footer so that it will look good. I'm going to go ahead, close this, and close this. And let's go to the style. Let's select the footer and give it overflow hidden. Also, let's select the note letters and give it a text align center, a padding of top and bottom 40 pixel, left and right 20 pixel, margin bottom 30 pixel, box border radius 1.5 frame, and background image. We give it a background image and give it a background size of 400 pixel. So color is color white, and let's select the subscribe display to flex, align the items to stretch, and max width of 600 pixel. And let's give it a margin top and bottom of 20 pixel and auto left and right. And awesome. Let's give it a border range of 10 pixel. And let's now select the inputs within the subscribe and give it a flex of 1 and give it a width of 100% and also overflow hidden a height of 50 pixel and color of text color. And let's go ahead and select the button within the subscribe, and let's give it a padding top and bottom 10 pixel, left and right 20 pixel, and background. Let's give it a background primary and color of color white and also pointer. Now let's select the box wrapper and display it to grid and give it a greater background of repeat 4,1 FR and gap of 30 pixel. And let's select the logo and give it a margin bottom of 30 pixels. And let's select the socials and give it a margin top of 40 pixels. Also, let's select the routes and display it to flex and align the items to center and give it a gap of 10 pixels and margin top and bottom one rim left and right 0 and give it a color of text limited and partial pointer also transition. Let's say transition and let's give it some hover effect by changing the color to primary. Now let's make it responsive. Let's look at how it looks like on desktop. Let's make it responsive. Let's comment responsiveness and let's say at max width of 800 pixel. Right? Let's select the box wrapper and give it a greater black column of repeat 2,1 f. Let's copy this and paste and change it to 600 pixel. And let's select the footer and test align every text there to center. And let's select the box wrapper and give it a greater black column of 100%. And let's select the logo, the socials, and the route and give it a justify content center. Awesome. So this is how it looks like on mobile view. All this is cool. So see, very, very responsive, and that is awesome, guys. Very, very responsive. It's cool, guys. All right. So, what it's meant for us now to do in this project is to animate it. All right. So, this is it. Awesome. So, we're going to start the animation from the navbar all the way to the folder. So, that is what it's meant for us. All right. Okay, so let's get started with the animation. So we are about to animate this page using GSAP. So if you have never used GSAP before to animate your web page in REACTJS, then you are watching the right thing right now because you are going to, after we animate this page, you are going to learn how to animate any page using GSAP. So let's go ahead. First of all, we are going to start from the navbar. Now, before you can make use of GSAP, you have to first of all install it into your project. And it has already been installed. As you can see, we have installed GSAP already into this project. All right. So now in my navbar, I'm going to come over here and let's import GSAP here. Okay. So we're going to import GSAP from GSAP. Awesome. Now right here, I'm going to write the GSAP code within a use effect. Okay. So this use effect, as you can see, is imported from React, and this is where I'll be writing the GSAP code. Okay. So first, I'm going to say GSAP dot time frame. Okay. So I'm going to add a delay before it will start animating. All right. So I'm going to say 0.5 second. Okay. Now I'm going to uh, use from to here. So this from to is a method for GSAP, and with this from to is going to take. I'm going to give it pass the class name or the trace to the item I want to animate, and also the options, the animation options to it. So first, I would like to select navbar, then the logo in the navbar. Remember, this data wave logo has a class of logo. So this is the logo I want to animate. If we open this, you see that it has a class of logo, and that's what I've selected, and it is within the navbar. So I have selected it. So I'm going to say where it's coming from is from X should be minus 50, then the opacity should be 0, and I want it when it animates, it should go to X should be 0, Y opacity should be 1. That is awesome. So let's take a look at it. Let's refresh. You see it, the way it comes out smoothly. That is awesome, guys. And you see that it comes out very smooth. Now let's keep on chaining another. Let's chain another from 2. So so here I'm going to select the socials. Okay. So for these socials, that is we're going to give it the same configuration. So and I'm going to say again the X should be 0, opacity should be 1. Okay. And let me close the column base for this one. And that is cool. Okay. So let's go ahead and expand this. You see what will happen. So these are the socials. And whenever I refresh, when it's loading, can you see that? That makes a lot of sense. So by the way, I don't want this to be this way. So for the social, instead of negative, I'll just make it positive. Okay. So that it will come from here to here. Okay. So look at it. Can you see that? Awesome. Now let's go ahead and chain another front two. Okay. So another front two. Now we're going to select what we're going to select here is, let's say, the route wrapper. Just like CSS, when you are tracing an element, just the same way you trace it here. Very simple to trace it. All right, using the ID, the class name, or the tag name, you can trace anything you want. All right, so here I'm going to say X will be minus 50, opacity 0, and now I'm going to say X will be 0, Y the opacity should be 1. Okay. So let's see how this works. So this is for the routes, for each of the routes. Let's see. Uh, you see, you see everything happen at the same time. So I want it to happen one after the other. So to be able to make this thing happen one after the other, I'm going to add a stagger to it. So let's say stagger, and I'm going to say 0.2, which is stagger 0.2 seconds. And let's see how this works. So let's refresh and see what happens. See, it happens one after the other. Awesome. Okay, that is cool. Now, I think that is the only thing we need to do here in the uh, Navbar. So we animated this. We animated this also. We also animated the logo. And that is beautiful. So let's go to the next section, which is the hero section. So hero section, look at it here. So this is where we are going to animate again. So first let's import GSAP from GSAP, and we're going to start animating it right now. Awesome. Let's go ahead and use effect here. So use effect, imported from the art. Look at it here, imported from the art. Now let's pass in a callback function. Right here, we are going to see GSAP dot let's say timeline, and we are going to say let's place a delay of 0.2.5 seconds, and let's chain from 2 to it. So I'm going to select the hero. So first I want to select the hero subtitle. Look at it here, this hero subtitle, and place it here. Okay, and what will happen to this is this. I'm going to say that we should have x should be minus 20 and opacity should be 0. Then after it place, the x should be 0 and also the opacity should be 1. And that is cool. So can you see that? Now let's also change another one to it from 2. Now we are going to say hero title. Let's select the hero title. And this hero title, I'm going to say that y should be 20 and opacity should be 0 and y0 opacity. Okay, now let's change another one again. Let's get the hero image. Okay, for the hero image, we are going to give it, let's say, uh, let's say here y should be minus 20, opacity should be 0, and here it should be 1, and also command it. Okay, so let's see. Let's click on here. All right, so I'm saving this. Let me just leave it as it is like this so that it will be easy to see and understand. So look at it. Okay, let me refresh again. Awesome. So let's animate these ones. I'm going to go ahead and say from 2 again, and we're going to select the description, and we're going to say y, and let's say opacity should be 1, and that is cool. Awesome. That is awesome, guys. So now let's take a look at it, and see it makes a lot of sense this way. Also, we need to consider we need to go ahead and also uh, let me remove this. Let it be this way. Let it come from down outside. So we also need to try the hero insert from here from here, and let's style the buttons wrapper. Okay, okay. So buttons wrapper, and okay. So we're also going to zero here, and then opacity should be 1, and that is cool. Awesome. Okay, so let's go to the achievement. So this achievement, what happens here is this. What will happen here is this. I don't want this to count. When we refresh our page, when the page is loading, it will be 0 first. Then after some time, it will begin to count to whatever number it's supposed to be. So I don't want that to happen until the user scroll to this section. So that's what we're going to be trying to achieve here using GSAP. All right, and also we're going to animate the card itself. Okay, that is the achievement card itself. So let's start by first of all coming here. Let's import GSAP. Okay, from we're going to import it from GSAP. Okay, import it from GSAP. So next thing we're going to import is the let's say use GSAP. Okay, we're importing it from GSAP React. And again, there is another thing we need to import. I want to import something called scroll trigger. Okay, so we're importing it from GSAP list, then you can say scroll trigger. Yeah, awesome. Now, after we import this scroll trigger, we need to use a plugin, and we need to, anytime you import, we want to make use of a plugin in GSAP, we need to register it. So let's say GSAP dot register plugin. So the plugin we're registering is a scroll trigger. Now, let's come over here. Instead of using UV effect, we're going to use GSAP, and this use GSAP is going to accept the callback function, and it's also going to accept the config that will contain the scope. So now this scope, I'm going to create something called container here. Let's say const container, and let's say use ref. Okay, so this use ref will be imported. Okay, it will be imported from React. Look at use ref here, imported from React. So this use ref, I'm going to assign it as the value of the scope. Okay, so this will be the container that contains everything we want to animate when the trigger happens. So this contains uh, everything that has to do with this achievement. So I'm going to say that ref will be this container. Okay, this is it here. So that is the container. Now let's come into here. Now what we're going to do is we're going to say GSAP dot timeline. Now the first thing we do here is let's add the delay. Uh, so let's say 0.5. Okay, and let's configure the scroll trigger. So we're going to say that the trigger will be the container dot current. That will be the trigger. Now we need to specify the start of this of the trigger and the end. So we'll say it should start 20% bottom, and also it should end at bottom top. Yeah, awesome. Now on enter, let's add this function. So on enter, we're going to instead of executing this here, let's copy this. Let's copy it like this from here to here. Okay, just okay, let's just copy it this way. Okay, so we paste it. Sorry, it's not copied now. Okay, so I'm going to paste this here. Okay, so it means we no longer need this use effect. Let's remove it, and also this use effect imported here. Let's remove it. So this will only execute when the scroll when we scroll and enter this, it will execute and start counting. All right. So let's go ahead. Let's move on. Uh, the next thing we are going to do is this. Now that we have this listed here, uh, let's go ahead and chain. Uh, this is the end of this. So let's chain this to here. Let's chain our from to here. Okay, so I would like to animate achievement card on its own. So we are going to say dot achievement. So let's say y should be 50 and opacity should be 0 from there to y 0 and opacity should be let's say opacity should be 1 and also stagger should be 0.5. Okay, that is cool. So let's go. Okay, let me refresh this. Awesome. Okay, so let's expand this way. So let's say we refresh this way. Okay, now see, let's go. Beautiful. So it only counts when it comes into the viewport, and that is what we want, and we have achieved that, and that is awesome, guys. So we are done animating this part of this code. So I'm going to just come here. I'm going to copy this because we're going to use it in the next section. Okay. So what is the next section? Let's come over here. The next section will be the about section. So let's come to the about and let's paste it here. Okay. And also let's go ahead and close this and also close this. So let's go ahead and import use ref and let's come here and create const. Let's call it container. It should be use ref node and let's come over here and let's say ref container and right here let's say use GSAP and let's say scope here and let's say container. Okay, so right here let's write some code. First of all, let's say GSAP dot timeline. And first, let's add the delay. Okay, so delay, let's say 0.5. And let's say scroll trigger. Let's configure it. The trigger now will now be the container dot current. Okay, awesome. So now let's specify the start. So start, let's say 20% button. And also let's say end the button top. Okay. So now let's go ahead and change this from 2 here. So I'm going to select a lot of things here. So I'm going to just say about and select the vision dash item and also let's say about and select the image container. So let's say vision item, then let's say image dash container. Yeah. Now we are going to come over here, let's say comma, and we are going to say y passing 50 and opacity let's pass in 0 Okay, let's also go ahead and say y 0, and let's say opacity 1, and let's say stagger, let's say 0.5. Awesome. Okay, now let's say from 2, and let's say here about, we're going to select about and select the H2 or the H2, and also let's see about, we're going to select all the approach. Yeah, and again let's see about, we are going to select the contact, that's us, and let's go ahead and give it y50, and also opacity, let's say opacity, uh let's say 0, and let's create another one. Let's say y should be uh, let's say 0 here, and opacity and also standing. So this is cool. Now if you take a look at this code here, take a look at this code here, and take a look at also this code here, you discover that they are the same thing. The two of them are the same. So instead of doing this way, I can just copy this class here and come here, do command, and paste it. Okay, awesome. So I'm going to delete this one because it's of no use. Right. So we have used one stone to kill many birds. Right. So let's go ahead and say front to again, and we're going to select about, then we select the spotlight here, and we are going to say x, say 50, x will be 50, and let's also say opacity, let's say 0. Okay, then let's say x 0, and let's say opacity 1, and maybe the standard of 0.5. Awesome. Now the next thing we're going to do is this. Let's say from 2, yeah, and we're going to select about, and we're going to select y choose us, then container, okay, and let's say y choose us here. Okay, so look at it. We are selecting this y choose us container, and then we select y choose us, which of the card within it. Okay, so we are going to say that x, we are going to give x the value of 50, and opacity, uh, let's say 0, and also let's go ahead and give x the value of 0, and opacity 1, and stagger 0.5. Now this occurrence again, if you take a look at this, let's check. You see, when you take a look at this, you see that they are the same. It's the same with this one. So instead of creating this one, all I just need to do is to copy this and come over here. First of all, I'll wrap it within this array, wrap it, okay, and I'll paste it. Awesome. Then I'll go ahead, delete this one because it's the same with the previous one. And let's take a look at this. Let's see how it works. Okay, so let me just expand this and let's go. Okay, awesome, awesome. Okay, so it works perfectly fine. And this is cool, guys. It's a cool one. So first we have this, we have this, we have the spotlight come out, and then card. Awesome. Okay. So we are done animating this part. So what we need to do now is let's come over here and let's copy this from here to here. Now let's go to the next section, which is the next section after about services. So let's go to services, and here we're going to paste this. Okay, and let's come back and let's close this out, and right here we need to copy all of this. Let's copy all of this from here all the way to the top here, and let's come to services and paste it right here. Oh, sorry, it was not copied very well. Let me copy it again. Okay, and let's paste it here. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and close about. So here we are in services, and let's focus on this services. All right. The first thing I need to do here is let's remove this. Okay, so we have this. Then let's pass this. Let's say the container. Okay, awesome. So let's go ahead and change from to here. So right here, I'm going to select anything here. So I'm going to select services. Okay, and I'm going to select the session header. Okay, and I'm going to select the history within the session header. Next, let's say services. Okay, and I'm going to select the let's say session header here, and let's select the HTML within the session header. That is awesome. So let's add y should be 50, and also the opacity should be 0. Then uh, let's say y here should be 0. Then opacity should be 1, and stagger should be 0.5. Okay, awesome. Now let's come over here and let's change another from 2. Okay, so right here we are going to select services, and we select service. Okay, services. That's a service here, and so take a look at it. We have services as the container of everything. So we have services here and a service card. All right. So that's what we selected. Now say Y 50 opacity 0, and also we are going to have Y 0 opacity 1, and also a stagger of 0.5, and that is cool. Awesome. Now, if you take a look at this, let's take a look at this. You see, this and this, if you take a look at them, they are the same. So instead of doing this way, I'm just come over here, paste it. I'm going to just paste it right here. Sorry. Okay, let's paste it right here. And let's remove this particular. So I'm going to select this. Okay, so after that, let's just add another one here. let's add this. So let's say services, and let's select the spotlight. Okay, and that is awesome. Okay, so let's see how this works. So I'm going to expand this, and let's go to the services section script. So this is the services section. Also, that is cool. All right. So let's see if the section header is animating. Okay. Also, so that is it. So we are done with this section. Now let's go ahead and copy from here to here, and let's go to the next section. Okay. And the next section after services is the portfolio section. So let's paste this right here, and let's go back to services, and let's copy all the way from here to uh to here. Okay, so we copy it, we paste it right here. Awesome. Now let's go ahead, close this and this, and now let's focus on this portfolio section. So let's do this the ref container. Okay, and let's make changes right here. Awesome. We change this to portfolio. So you see we have portfolio, and we have the session header, and also we have portfolio here. All right. So this we need to uh, make sure everything is affected. So let's say okay. So let's say portfolio here, and let's go ahead remove this one, and let's say portfolio, and let's select the portfolio class, which is each of these slide. Awesome. So let's take a look at it. Awesome. Okay. So basically, when I refresh, awesome. Awesome. So we are done with this portfolio section. So let's copy this and let's go to the uh, next section. After portfolio is testimonial, and let's paste it here. Okay. So after we paste that there, let's come back to portfolio, and let's copy from here to here, and let's close it, and let's come over to this place, and go ahead and sorry, and comment this. Okay, so we are going to say ref right here. So the ref, we're going to pass container. Okay, so here I'm going to change this to testimonials. So everywhere I see portfolio, I'm going to change it to testimonials. All right. So now this testimonial section, it also has, okay, we have okay, so let me change this to testimonial. Okay, so I'm going to add one more block here, which is testimonials, and selecting the spotlight within it. So look at this spotlight, that's what was selected, and I think that is all here. Let's take a look at it. Okay, so this is the services section. So this is client testimonial. Awesome. So it's animating very well. Now, after the testimonial, now let me copy this from here to here. And what I'm going to do is let's go and check the next one, which is the contact. So let's paste it here. Let's paste this here. And let's go back to testimonial and copy from right from there all the way to here. And let's close it and let's paste it here on the contact. And that is it. Okay, so let's add from to here and let's create the contact info. So let's say contact and let's say contact info wrapper, then dot contact info. All right, so say comma, specify the x minus 50 opacity. All right, awesome. So add a stagger to it also. Now let's clear all this. Now we're going to select contact. This is form. So we'll select the H1, we'll select also the description, and we're going to select the control. And after the control, we'll select the button. Okay. Okay. All right. So there's no need for this. Let's remove this one. So let's just leave it this way. Let's duplicate this one and let's trace the social icons. Right. Awesome. And this is cool. Now look at it. Look at how it looks like. Let's add this button. I can see it's animating right now. This one is not working. Okay, wrapper, not container. Okay, awesome. Now let's go ahead and go to the next section and animate it. So let's animate the next section. Let's copy this and go to blog. So right here in the blog, we are going to copy this one, also paste here. Let's add the ref as container to it. So let's go ahead and make some changes here. So I'm going to just remove this and let's add, let's trace the header history in the session header and also the H2. Awesome. Now let's also trace the block card and that is cool. Awesome. So let's see how it will animate. You see it animates smoothly. So let's copy this and go to footer section. So here in the footer, let's also copy this and also paste here. And let's go ahead and change this. So I'm going to select the H2 within the newsletter, select the paragraph, also the subscribe. We'll select it, and that is cool. Also, we're going to trace the box within the box wrapper, and that is awesome. So let's see how this works. And let's begin to scroll down slowly and see how it animates. Awesome. Awesome. This is beautiful, guys. And okay, we have not passed the ref. Okay, awesome. And you can see it's animating very well. Now, the navbar is not supposed to have a background color until we start scrolling. So let's go to the navbar and let's add this here. So we'll make sure that the drop is true before we add the background color. Else, we are going to make it transparent. And that is it. All right, guys. So this is it. And this is the end of the tutorial, guys. Please make sure you subscribe to the channel, write your comment, like this video, and write your comment and let me know what you want us to create together next. Thank you for watching.